Welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined. As you can see, we have something relatively big, or pretty big, honestly, going on today. So we do have a visiting artist in the hot shop with us, and that is specifically Kathrine Gray, or Kathy Gray. And she is the tall woman in the blue shirt near the furnace, just to point out our visiting artist to you all. She's brought in some assistants of her own as well as some student slash assistants. She does work as a professor of art at California State University. And if she looks familiar to you guys, it's because she's also been a resident evaluator on the Netflix show Blown Away. And so this is a pretty big day having a visiting artist in here. And she's specifically going to be working on a commission piece, which is a large chandelier. And this is going to be made out of many pieces of blown glass. I think she said about 6 of them. And we've just started with the smallest piece of blown glass, which fits inside of this mold on the floor here. And that's why this hot shop is filled with so much smoke right now. It's because we're going to be using wooden molds to create our blown glass today. And of course, if you guys have any questions, feel free to just let me know at any point. So I just want to point out on this left bench is where we've started our very next bubble for basically that entire blown piece. So all of our pieces start from just a single gather of clear on the end of our pipe. And on top of this, we've placed a bit of molten color. And this is basically starting from a solid piece of color bar, which you could see some down on this front table right here. So we'll take a section of that color bar, melt it down, and then drop it onto that small clear bubble, and then spread this evenly over top. And with this piece, of course, it's going to be relatively large, and so we're going to gather more layers of clear over top just to gather mass for the piece. But from here, this should just give us a really smooth, even layer of color, and this is the very beginning of our process. And every now and then, I think you'll see us using this box right here, so I just want to point it out. This is the garage, and anything that we put inside of here is going to stay warm at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is actually kind of cold for glass. At that point, the glass is completely solid, as if it were normal glass again. But this basically just prevents thermal shock by keeping something warm in there, or even preheating it, kind of heating it up before we even use it inside of that box. And once again, just to point out, our clear glass furnace that we just used a second ago is right here on the left of the hot shop, this large tank with the closed door. And inside of here, you can imagine it's just this giant pool of molten glass, maybe up to your hip. It can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. And it stays at a very steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So we've just gathered our next layer of clear. We've sat down. We're smoothing and rounding this bubble back out using a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is going to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside of this glass. So we've just gathered one more layer of clear on top of everything that we already had. And you may not have noticed this, but they sat down at the bench right after that fresh layer of clear was gathered, and they were picking at the surface of the glass. And this is just to get rid of any air bubbles or particles that are stuck in that layer of glass that they just gathered before they continue on in the process, leaving it permanently stuck. And now that they've gotten rid of those particles, they're able to continue to blow this out as if it were any other normal piece. And once again, we just need to smooth that glass back out since we did warp the surface of the bubble. And we'll be using these torches throughout the day. This is a really large fluffy flame that we use pretty frequently. You can see that we have one lit at the center bench as well. And we usually keep these constantly running just to make sure that we can grab them and use them at any point. But they usually run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, just like our furnaces themselves. These torches will heat up a section of glass at a time, though, allowing us to get a focused heat in one area of the glass. And next we're going in and creating the jack line. So these two metal blades are the jacks. And this is going to be the area that we break the piece off of the pipe later on from this divot that they're creating now. And something else I should point out is this glass that we're working with right now is this really bright orange color. But of course, this is just because the glass is hot. As soon as it starts cooling down a little bit, maybe towards 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, we should see more of the true color of this piece. Yes, so we're once again going into the clear glass furnace. And as you can see, just as I was describing earlier, we've only gathered this layer of clear over top of the bubble. We haven't gathered it all the way onto that connection to the pipe. And just like previously, sometimes we will have air bubbles in the surface of the glass. So right now we're picking them out and cutting them out before we go ahead and smooth out this layer of clear using a block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool. So I want to point out, up on the screen we can see in the background our left bench, and this is where we're starting our very next bubble. And this one may be another small bubble, it may be a size up. We're really not sure yet until they start to gather next layers of clear, and that will tell us how large this piece is going to end up being. This is the very beginning of the process where we've already applied our color and we've gathered one layer of clear at least over that color. And so right now it's glowing this really bright yellowy orange color, but as it cools down it'll become more of its true color, just like with that last piece you saw, which was probably about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. At that point the glass is solid and it's lost a lot of that glowing orange color. And up on the screen we could see that they are using this nozzle to blow some compressed air onto the glass. And this is just cooling it down faster so that they can gather their next layer of clear on top of this. And once again, this is just to mostly build up mass for the piece, since we want this to be pretty large. And if you haven't seen it already, our glass furnace itself, the place where we're getting all of our clear molten glass, is this large tank with the closed door. So whenever they're sticking the pipe in here at an angle, it's kind of like gathering honey on the end of a wooden dowel. And this is just going to gather our next layer of clear. And it looks like this layer is in particular a strip gather. So this is when they let some of that glass strip or fall off the end of the bubble. This is just giving us a partial layer of that clear glass, getting us closer to an exact size. And right after doing that, they will sit down with the bubble. And sometimes if there are little air bubbles, they will pick them out. In this case, it looks like we do not have air bubbles, so we've gone straight into using our block, which is a spoon-shaped tool. This is smoothing and evening all of this fresh glass out so that the bubble blows out evenly inside of this piece. So once again, we do have a bubble inside of this glass already. You just can't see it underneath that layer of color. That color is probably pretty rich still at this point. And after heating this glass up, we are sitting back down and using the block once again. Just really making sure that this bubble is going to blow out evenly from inside. And whenever somebody has their mouth on the end of the pipe, this is of course inflating that glass like a balloon, and this happens pretty fast, so sometimes I like to point it out just to give you guys an opportunity to catch the actual blowing process of the glass. And next it looks like we're going in with a folded up newspaper. That's all this pad is right here, is just some folded up newspaper. And using this we can kind of guide which way the bubble is blowing out and control the shape of the piece overall. And this torch that we're using runs around the same temperature as the furnaces, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch will heat up sections of glass at a time, allowing us to focus heat to one area of the glass. And next, we're going to do something pretty important for this process. We're going to create the jack line, I believe, which is when we take a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and we start to cinch down and kind of carve a line near the pipe in the glass. And this is where we're going to break the piece off of the pipe later on. So right here, these are the pair of jacks that I mentioned, these two metal blades. And they're going to squeeze these blades right near the pipe. Yes, so once again, this line that we're creating is where we're going to break this piece off of the pipe later on. And based off of the last piece we created, we will be gathering one more layer of clear over top of this glass that we already have. And over on the left bench, I want to point out that we have a piece of solid colored glass on the end of our pipe right here. This is called color bar. Very creative name. It's a bar of color. And this is going to be melted down and then eventually dropped onto a small clear bubble before being evenly spread over top of that bubble. And that's going to create our really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. So this is what we've been doing for each of our colored glass bubbles that we've been making today, is we are doing this color drop or color overlay process. And it looks like we are working at two benches at the same time. So basically over on this left bench, they're preparing the bubbles, which are then passed over to the center bench where they can finish blowing them out and blow them into our wooden molds, which you'll see eventually over on the right of the hot shop. And I want to point out real quick, since we have quite a few new audience members, that today is a pretty special day. As you can see, we have a lot of people in our hot shop. And we have a visiting artist today. Her name is Kathy Gray, or Kathrine Gray. She's a woman in the purple shirt at the center bench right in front of that furnace there, just to point her out to you all. And she is a professor of art at California State University. I believe she's brought some of her students along with her today as well. And She is also a fellow of the American Craft Council, and if she looks familiar to you all, it's because she has been a resident evaluator on Blown Away, which is a competitive glassblowing show on Netflix. And I want to point out real quick before I continue, at the center bench, we've just taken that bubble that we created, and we're dipping it into our clear glass furnace once again to gather our next layer of clear. And this clear is only being gathered over the bubble itself. Usually we would gather all the way up and onto the pipe, kind of where the glass is connected to the pipe right now. But in this case, this is going to give us just a little bit less glass in general. And now this should be all the glass we need for this piece. Once again, just based off of the previous piece that we made, they will stay with this amount of glass and eventually blow this into a mold. So today we have a bunch of wooden molds that we're blowing this glass into, and that's why there's so much smoke in the hot shop today, is because we are using those wooden molds. And we are creating many of these individual bubbles that will eventually come together to create a large chandelier, and this is a commission piece for Kathrine Gray. And once again, on this left bench, as I earlier mentioned, we melted that color down and then dropped it onto a really small clear bubble. And this is going to be spread completely covering that clear bubble. And then we'll just have that really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece, just like our bubble at the center bench. And over on the right of the hot shop, right now we're actually using a pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water that we set the pipe into. And the larger amounts of glass that we work with, the more likely we are to use this pipe cooler just to prevent the heat from traveling towards our hands so much. And of course, after gathering each layer of clear, you'll usually see them go in with the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, and smooth and even out this fresh layer of clear, for those who haven't seen it yet. These are usually made out of cherry wood or any other fruit woods, usually cherry wood, and kept in water to help prevent it from burning, of course. That's what's inside of these buckets behind the bench. And we'll be using some compressed air to cool the glass down in certain places, but also to blow smoke away from the artist's faces. Since we are working with wooden tools and large amounts of glass, it's going to burn the wood, and we just want to make sure we're not inhaling too much of that smoke. And it looks like we've taken our wooden mold back out. This is on the floor, kind of in between the center and right bench now. So you can see this is the mold that we're going to blow the glass into. And right after heating this bubble up, this is brought over to our mold. And all they're doing is they're turning the pipe constantly while blowing constantly as well. And this is going to push the glass into every crevice inside of that mold. as well as just making sure that the glass isn't blowing out unevenly by spinning it inside of the mold. And of course, there are many different kinds of molds that we can use for the glass, such as faces. Faces are something that you'll see commonly in molds because it's hard to get those facial features in the hot shop without it. And this is a mold that's just going to give us a design on this bubble. This is a completely symmetrical design, 360 degrees all the way around the bubble. And now what you see here is pretty much our final product. They're just going to let this cool down a little bit before breaking it off of the pipe and putting it away. And in between using these wooden molds, these are being stuck into a really large bucket of water just to completely soak that wood with the water before its next use. And this is something that we do with most, if not all, of our wooden tools, is we will keep them in water just to make sure that they're fully saturated. And now to break this piece off, Ben is going to dip a file into some water, and he's going to file at the glass connecting point, and this is also dropping water into those little cracks he creates, and then they tap the pipe, and that breaks that piece cleanly off. From here, they're just going to torch the bottom to get rid of any leftover sharp ends that may remain, and then finally, this is carried over to the annealer, this large black box over on the right wall, to very slowly cool down, preventing thermal shock. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that large blown piece. And once again, this is just one of many pieces that are going to come together to create one large chandelier. Once again, this is a commissioned piece. Our visiting artist today being Kathrine Gray in the purple shirt at the center bench. She is the one guiding everyone around her in creating these pieces today. And just to point out the annealer again, this large box is going to cool that glass overnight, so we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And now we'll move on to creating our next piece pretty much right away. We've already started the bubble over on the left bench, going through that same process we've done for all of them so far. And just to quickly reintroduce what we have going on, since we do have a few new people in the hot shop. So today, once again, we have a visiting artist, Kathrine Gray, or Kathy Gray, which I pointed out is a woman in the purple shirt. And she is actually a professor of art at California State University, a resident evaluator on Blown Away, which is a competitive glassblowing show on Netflix. And I'd like to point that out just in case anyone recognizes the show, then you might recognize our visiting artist today. And she has about 30 years of glassblowing experience, Kathrine Gray. And we do have some other very experienced glassblowers in the hot shop today as well, working as assistants in creating this large project. And once again, we are creating a chandelier, basically. This is going to be a multi-day project. So Kathrine is going to be here for the next 2 days as well as today, creating each of these pieces. And if anyone has any questions throughout the process, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I'll come right over to answer your questions. So this is something I should point out to the entire audience, just in case anyone else is wondering. But our clear glass is coming from our large tanks with the closed doors. These are our glass furnaces. We have one behind Ben in the back there, but that one we're not using today. We're using this one on the left. And these hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and they stay at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. They run at that temperature 24/7 to make sure the glass is always ready for us. And then each of the open face furnaces, these are for reheating only. There's no glass inside of these. These run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so usually just a little bit warmer for reheating the glass. But basically the glass is just staying at a very consistent temperature of over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If we let it drop below that temperature, then it will crack or break from thermal shock. And just to point out our torches again, these run around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, but the torches allow us to heat up one section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So we can focus heat to one area. So just like the bubble we were working on earlier at the center bench, we have just gotten to the point where we created the jack line, which is this divot or dip in the glass that we have near the pipe. And this is where we're going to break the piece off of the pipe later on, just like with that piece we made at the center bench once again. And so right now they're letting this glass cool down and they're getting ready to gather a layer of clear over top of this glass. And this clear glass is mostly just to build up mass for the piece, just create a bigger piece overall. And you could kind of imagine what we have going on today as a sort of assembly line, because we're starting on the left bench, passing it to the center bench, and then they start while they're continuing to finish the piece at the center bench, just kind of being efficient and trying to get as much done as possible today. All right, so for those who just joined us in the hot shop, I want to share what we have going on with you all real quick. So today, once again, we have visiting artist Kathrine Gray, or Kathy Gray, right up in front here with me. And she has a large commission piece that she's working on today. A commission piece is when somebody basically hires you or asks you to make a piece for them. And this piece is specifically going to be a really large chandelier. And this is going to include, I think she said 6 large blown glass pieces, and they're going to be nesting together, kind of sitting inside of each other. We have a variety of wooden molds that we're using today, and you'll see them pull this one out right here. This is our smallest wooden mold that we're using today, actually. The pieces only get bigger from here. And so far, we've been working with transparent colors today. We started with a clear sort of practice round, and now we're moving on to transparent colors. Eventually, we will move on to some semi-transparent kind of see-through colors, or maybe even some see-through white. And at the center bench, this is pretty far along in our process already. All we need to do is maybe gather one more layer of clear, eventually stuff it inside of this wooden mold, and then blow into the mold to create this large bubble. And the reason you're smelling smoke in the hot shop today is because we're using these wooden molds. You'll see it creates a lot of smoke when we use it. It burns away that wood a little bit. And of course, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. I want to share a little bit more about our visiting artist, Kathy Gray, while they're preparing this bubble as well. So once again, she's a resident evaluator on Blown Away, which is a competitive glassblowing show on Netflix. So if that looks or sounds familiar, that may be why. And she's also a professor of art at California State University, as well as a fellow of the American Craft Council. So we do have a pretty important visiting artist in here today. And we have a lot of assistants on the floor just because we are trying to create as many of these pieces as quickly as possible. And they are pretty large pieces. And we've just stuffed this bubble into the mold. We're blowing some compressed air while they're spinning and blowing into the mold. This is just blowing the air and the smoke away from the artist's face, so they're not inhaling all that smoke. And these molds basically open like a door. This allows us to put the glass inside of it and have a smaller top to our blown piece instead of pushing it in. And now that we've blown this into our mold, we just have to let this cool down a little bit and prepare to break it off and put it away. So this piece is pretty much the final product. This is pretty much the end result for this one blown piece. And once again, this is the smaller of the blown pieces that we're making today, and this is going to be with many other blown pieces to create one large chandelier. Now, to break this piece off, we have wet a file, and we filed at the connecting point at the bottom of our piece. And after breaking it off, we torch that connecting area, and this piece is done. Let's give them a round of applause for that blown piece they just finished. Now, once again, this is going into our annealer. This large black box that it's gone into is going to very slowly cool it down from about 1,000 or 950 degrees Fahrenheit, all the way to room temperature. This process takes at least overnight, if not longer. The thicker the glass, the longer it takes. So we're not going to see this piece until tomorrow. And once again, we've gotten started over on the left bench. Up on the screen, we can very clearly see the color on top of our bubble. And this has been applied to the bubble through a process called a color drop or color overlay. So now we're going to have a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. And this is the semi-transparent kind of see-through color that I was talking about earlier. This is going to blow out and become a kind of see-through white, I believe. And whenever this white color is really hot or even molten, sometimes it can be completely see-through. That's just how some colors work, is they will look completely different when they're hot. This is another example. Whenever red is hot, it looks as if it's like this gray-brown color, but then it becomes this really rich red again once it's cooled down. And up on the screen, you can see we're using our block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, once again, to smooth and even out this glass. You can see we have a much smoother, rounder shape now. This is going to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside of this glass that we already have. And I just want to remind everyone, once again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand, and I will answer any of your questions that you have. And this could be questions for our visiting artists. It could be questions about the glass process. Anything is fine. So usually the wooden tools we use in the hot shop are fruit wood, usually cherry wood specifically, just because it's a little bit harder to burn. In this case, these wooden molds, I'm not entirely certain they are burning relatively quickly, but we are using molten glass inside of them. That might be why. But yes, usually fruit wood. If we do, it's usually something pretty small, like accidentally touching the hot end of a tool, and it's no worse than touching something hot in the kitchen. You just get a tiny little burn. I've never seen any of these guys get burned personally, just because these guys are so experienced. A lot of them have over 20 years of glassblowing experience and up to around 30. And once again, right now we are just kind of building up some mass for this piece. Each time after we gather clear, we sit down, we blow the bubble a little bit more. We use the block, which is once again that wooden spoon-shaped tool. And then we have to let the glass cool down again before we gather our next layer of clear. And this process continues until we have as much glass as we need for the entire piece. And then we can finally blow it out into its final form. So for this bubble specifically, we're going to be using a little bit of a bigger mold. So you all saw that last wooden mold that we used for our transparent colored bubbles. Well, this one is going to be the medium-sized mold, so this is the next size up, and we do have one more size after that as well. And do we actually have some of Kathy's work that we could put up on the screen, please? And I want to point out this pad that we're using here. This is actually just some folded up newspaper. We'll splash it or soak it with water before using, but that's all it is just folded up newspaper. And this is allowing us to kind of guide which way the bubble is blowing out, depending on where we're holding it, and also just kind of shaping the glass overall. This is as close as we get our hands to the glass when working with it. And sometimes you'll see another artist or an assistant standing aside with a wooden paddle kind of hovering around the artist. And I want to point out that they are shielding the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's literally radiating or coming off of the glass itself. And next we're going in and creating the jack line, which is this divot near the pipe. This is where we're going to break the piece off of the pipe later on. And usually when we create the jack line like this, that means that we have all the glass we need. But in this case, we have been gathering more layers of clear over top of this bubble, even after creating this jack line. And this is, I believe, to just make sure that the piece is a little bit less heavy, since we're not gathering the clear all the way up onto the pipe, just like what you see connected to the pipe. And this nozzle that was just being used, this is just blowing some compressed air onto the glass and kind of like blowing on a hot piece of food. This is just going to cool the glass down faster than if we were to just leave it alone. And now they will let this rest before gathering their next layer of clear. Once again, just building up mass for the piece overall. Yeah, so once again, this large tank with the closed door here, this is where we're getting all of our clear molten glass. And once again, we're only gathering this clear up to that sort of separation line we created, the jack line. And after gathering that layer of clear, we come over to the center bench. And once again, we're going to use the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool. We always use this after gathering a layer of clear. So the glass furnace is specifically 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, 24/7. And then the reheating furnaces, like what we're using at the center and left bench, these run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer for reheating the glass quickly. And the temperature of these torches should be about the same temperature as well, but the torches heat up sections of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing overall. And once again, this is a pipe cooler. You can see a view of it up on the screen now as well. This is just a trough of water that we set the pipe into, and it cools it down, allowing us to handle it a lot closer to the glass again. And so this is the mold that we're going to be blowing this specific bubble into. I just wanted to point it out once again. This wooden mold on the floor. It's been soaking in some water, hopefully saturating it before we blow that glass into it. And this is our medium-sized mold. Once again, we have another larger mold that we will eventually be using after this one as well. And just to point out, once again, this is all coming together to create a large chandelier, which is a commission piece. So if you didn't know already, eventually these pieces are going to be nesting inside of each other. So we're going to have a couple of the smallest blown pieces, a couple of this size of blown pieces, and then a couple of the largest size as well, all coming together to create that large chandelier. And once again, this has been designed by our visiting artist, Kathy Gray, in the purple shirt near the furnace at the center bench, just to point her out to you all. And after bringing that bubble over to our mold, this is stuffed inside, and you can see that they're rotating as well as blowing at the same time. And this is going to, of course, push it into every crevice inside of the mold, as well as keep it symmetrical with the turning. So when they're turning, it's just going to make sure the bubble's blowing out evenly on each side. And the compressed air is being blown to keep it away from the artist's faces as they're working with the glass. And now after blowing into the mold, we basically have our finished product. From here, they're just going to make sure that everything is as they want it before getting ready to break it off and put it away. They're letting certain areas of the glass cool down while also just making sure that the entire piece is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit to prevent thermal shock. And of course, right after using that mold, this is immediately put back into that large bucket of water, preventing it from burning any further and also just keeping the wood saturated with that water. And to break this piece off, they're applying some water with a file right to that connecting point to the pipe, and then tapping the pipe, and that piece is cleanly broken off. And then they torch the bottom to get rid of leftover sharp ends that remain, and this piece is done. So let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Once again, this is our first medium-sized blown piece that we made today using these wooden molds. This is going into the annealer to slowly cool down at least overnight. And we will immediately hop into the next project. Up on the screen, you can see the left bench in the background. This is where we're starting our next bubble. This is most likely going to be the same color as this one we just created. Kathy was telling me that they will be creating this almost semi-transparent white for the medium-sized bubbles. Also, we've just set up this large contraption here. This is going to allow the artist to basically climb up these steps and stand up at the top here as they blow into the largest wooden mold. This is going to be a pretty large mold, and so they need to set this up to be able to put that pipe inside of the mold and be able to blow from the top. All right, so for anyone that recently joined, once again, today we have a visiting artist with us, which is why the hot shop floor is so exciting today. So we have Kathrine Gray, or Kathy Gray. She's the woman in the purple shirt, and she is working on a commission piece today. This is going to be a large chandelier, which is going to include multiple blown pieces of glass all assembled together to create one chandelier. And she told me that there will be about 6 blown pieces to create this. They're going to be nested inside of each other. So we have small, medium, and large versions of these bubbles. This one is the largest version of this bubble that we're going to make. And to create it, we actually have to climb to the top of these stairs to push that bubble into the mold, just to make sure that we can blow into the pipe wall it's going into the mold to fully push that bubble into every crevice. And just to talk about Kathy Gray a little bit more again, she is once again our visiting artist. She has about 30 years of glassblowing experience, and she is a fellow of the American Craft Council as well as a professor of art at California State University. And she's brought a few of her students along with her today as assistants and also just learning even more in the hot shop. And she is maybe sounding familiar to you guys. She's actually been a resident evaluator on a Netflix show called Blown Away, which is a glassblowing competition show. And so if you guys have seen that, then you might recognize Kathrine Gray. And if anyone has any questions about the glass process or any questions for the visiting artist, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. This glass bubble that we're creating on the left bench is specifically going to be clear glass only. We're not using color this time. So this is one of our reheating furnaces. It runs between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And you could feel the heat sitting from in the audience just because of how hot that is. It's radiating light as well as heat, which is why it's glowing. Kind of like lava, or maybe like the sun, honestly. And up on the screen, we now have a slideshow going of some of Kathy Gray's artwork, it seems like. So as this slideshow goes by, you guys could see a variety of other items that Kathrine Gray has created. And once again, a glimpse of our clear glass furnace in the back here. This is the one we're using today specifically. These hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it stays at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And that runs 24/7, always keeping that glass at that temperature, always ready for us. And it looks like this time we did a strip gather specifically. This is when we let some of that glass drop off the end of the pipe and create a partial layer of that clear. So this contraption that you see them bringing out, I get kind of excited about. This is something you only see them bring out when we're making really, really large glass pieces. This is basically going to assist them in holding the pipe as they push it into the furnace to gather more clear. Just because it would be so heavy to hold it on your own and put it into that furnace just because of the sheer amount of glass on the end of the pipe. And once again, we're going in with the newspapers as well. Once again, this pad that we're using, all this is folded up newspaper, and we'll usually splash it or soak it with water before using. And this is going to kind of guide which way the bubble is blowing out and continue to shape that glass. As somebody blows into the end of the hollow pipe, which is pretty easy to miss, by the way, whenever we're blowing into the end of the hollow pipe. This is expanding that glass like a balloon, but this happens so quickly that you hardly ever see it. And it looks like we're next getting ready to create the jack line, which if you don't know what that is already, this is a divot that we have near the pipe in the glass bubble, and this is going to allow us to break the bubble away from the pipe later on. And we are doing that earlier on in this process than we usually would. Usually we create that line, the jack line, after we have all the glass we need. But in this case, we're doing it earlier to basically make the piece a little bit lighter. And the best way I can describe that is each time we're gathering clear, you notice we've been gathering up onto the pipe, and that connecting area where the glass is connected to the pipe is getting thicker and thicker. And now that we're sectioning this bubble off, we're only going to be gathering onto this section of the bubble. We're not going to be gathering all the way onto the pipe. So after creating the jack line, which once again is this divot that we have near the pipe, we will start gathering layers of clear just over top of the bubble itself. We're not going to be gathering all the way up the pipe like we were previously. And this is going to start building up enough mass for us to stuff it inside of this mold. And you can see they've been preparing this mold every now and then, just making sure that it's staying saturated with water. And this mold basically opens like a door. This allows them to put the bubble inside of it and then completely close it off and fill the entire mold up when they blow. There are molds that you can just stuff a bubble in, such as maybe an optic mold, which is like an upside down cone shaped mold that you stuff a bubble in to get a pattern, such as maybe lines on a pumpkin or little squares on an ornament. Just a couple of little examples. And you can see we're now using this contraption that I was pointing out earlier. And this is basically holding up most of the weight as they push that bubble into the glass to gather their next layer. And here is a very good physical example of that optic mold I was just mentioning. Once again, we just have a pattern on the inside. So this is a much more simple mold to use. You simply push the bubble inside. This one is much more complex to create some deeper designs. And just like every other time after gathering our layers of clear, we're going to roll this inside of the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool. This is going to smooth and round this bubble back out, making sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside of all of this glass. And in between each time we use a wooden tool, especially with this much glass, we have to put that wooden tool back into some water and just make sure that it stops burning and is completely saturated with water before we continue on. And once again, most of our wooden tools in the hot shop are made from fruit woods, such as cherry wood, just because it's a little bit harder and burns a little bit slower. And just in case there's any new people in the hot shop, I want to quickly reintroduce what we have going on. So once again, the reason we have so many people on the hot shop floor today is because we actually have a visiting artist in here with us, and her name is Kathrine Gray, or Kathy Gray. She's a woman in the purple shirt, kind of monitoring and watching what they're doing right now. And she has been commissioned to create a very large chandelier. And so this is the largest section of this chandelier, is as large as the inside of this mold is. And earlier we were creating some bubbles of glass using a very similar mold, but just on a smaller scale. So we're going to have a small mold, a medium mold, and then this largest mold. And then eventually these are going to be assembled together in a sort of nesting style. They're all going to be nesting inside of each other. And after heating this glass up, Ben quickly blows into the end of the pipe, expanding this bubble quite a bit. And then this is immediately brought over to our mold and pushed inside of the mold. And they are going to blow into the end of the pipe continuously while spinning, and this is going to forcefully push this bubble into every crevice inside of this mold, as well as just keeping it symmetrical as it's blown into the mold. And this is where we're going to start seeing a lot of smoke coming out of the mold. This is why it smells kind of like a campfire in the hot shop today. We are using a lot of these wooden molds. And at the same time, they're blowing a little bit of compressed air, just blowing the smoke away from the artist's face as they're continuing to work with this glass. And I should point out, this is something you don't usually see in the hot shop. This is a really large piece of glass. And after coming out of the mold, they are just going to quickly examine what they have, see if they're happy with it before getting ready to break it off and put it away. And immediately after using this mold, they will usually wet it down, just make sure that it's staying saturated in water so it doesn't continue to burn. And sadly, it looks like we aren't going to keep this bubble. So we've brought it over to the side of the hot shop, and they are going to break it off and allow it to break on its own safely away from the artist. And this was our first attempt at the largest section of this chandelier, so we will be creating this again. And to make sure that this glass is safely breaking apart, they're breaking it apart with water and physically breaking it themselves, just to make sure that it doesn't pop randomly later on, since when we set glass aside, it's going through a process called thermal shock from cooling down too quickly, and that could cause the glass to practically explode sometimes if we aren't careful. And once again, we're getting started over on that left bench, as you can see up on the screen. And these largest bubbles we're just keeping as clear. Other bubbles that we created today, the smaller and medium versions, we're using transparent and opaque colors. And once again, I want to just mention real quick that if anyone has any questions for our visiting artist, Kathrine Gray, or any questions about the process, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So I was listening in as they were examining what they had created, and it sounds like they need a little bit more glass next time. And the bubble also maybe blew out a little bit unevenly on the bottom. It's kind of hard to tell And when it comes to a commission piece, especially, you want it to be as perfect as possible because you are giving it to a client. You are getting paid to create that artwork. And so they are just going to restart that. But something else I should mention is that we actually can completely reuse our clear glass if we choose to do so. All we have to do is break it apart, put it back in our furnace to melt down again, and that's it. We can't reuse glass when it comes to color, but we can reuse this clear glass, and we are working with all clear for these bubbles. So you could compare glass to lava because we are melting material. We're melting sand in this case to create glass, but lava is melted rock, so there is a difference. Yeah, so whenever we're gathering the glass on the end of our pipe, you could think of it like gathering honey out of a jar. All we're doing is we're sticking the pipe into the glass and then turning, and it's gathering a ball of glass on the end. So it's a very similar texture to honey, as you can imagine. So actually, you guys haven't seen us apply color to glass, and so I should explain that to you guys. But usually we'll start off with something called color bar, which is a solid piece of colored glass. And what you start off with is usually what the end product is going to be. So if you want a blue glass, you start with a blue piece of color. If you want a red piece of glass, you start with a red piece of color. And this is called color bar. Once again, it's just solid colored glass. I have some images on the screen just to kind of show off what I'm talking about for those who can't see my example. We will melt this down and then we drop it onto a really small clear bubble or just a small clear bubble in general. And that happens in the very beginning of creating our piece usually. So continuing on colors, we get the bar shipped in this form. We do not mix it ourselves, but the color comes from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass, so that does happen somewhere. We just don't do it in our hot shop. We have molten clear glass, and then we have our solid pieces of color that are already at room temperature. Yes, exactly. So the smallest sections of the chandelier are transparent glass colors. And then the medium-sized sections that I've seen so far are a sort of semi-transparent white. And then the largest section that we're creating here, this is just remaining clear. And once again, these are going to be kind of nested together, as our artist was describing earlier, which means that we will be able to see those colors kind of through each other, because most of them will be transparent, if not semi-transparent. And up on the screen, you can see our left bench. Once again, this is where we've started our clear glass bubble for the largest section of our chandelier. And since we weren't getting to see some color for this specific clear glass bubble, I think I will play a video describing how we get color on some of our glass, just to give you guys a better idea of that. So could I actually have the color overlay video, please? Could I have the color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
And of course, once again, after getting a fresh layer of clear, you'll see them use the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool at the bench. And next, we've gone right away with our newspapers. This is just a stack of newspapers. It's been folded up into basically a pad. They're using it to kind of guide which way the bubble is blowing out. And you can see, since we're using such a large amount of glass for this project, Ben has actually put on this silvery or sort of reflective sleeve, and this is going to help reflect some of that heat away from his arm as he's working with this large glass bubble. This glass does radiate quite a bit of heat. If you're near it, it feels as if you're getting a really strong sunburn all of a sudden. It's kind of hard to describe. And next we're going in and creating the jack line. So these two metal blades, these are the jacks. And we will use these to create the jack line, which is this divot that we're going to have near the pipe. This is really important because this is how we remove the piece from the pipe later on, is by breaking it off from this line. And sometimes we'll use this compressed air to blow the glass or cool the glass down by blowing air on it. So we were just using it there on the jack line itself, preventing it from moving around so much because it is pretty hot. We'll also be using the compressed air to blow smoke away from the artist's face when they're using this wooden mold. And we're also going to be using it to blow air into the end of the pipe as well. With the first piece we made, I'm not sure how many of you guys were here for the first large piece we blew. It was really hard for them to blow enough air into the piece. And so this compressed air is going to do a pretty quick job of that. And so after blowing that bubble out quite a bit, we are letting this cool down, getting ready to gather our next layer of clear. And once again, just like earlier, for anyone who remembers, we only gathered the clear up to the top of the bubble this time instead of gathering it onto the pipe like we were previously. And once again, we have this whole setup over here in the front, allowing us to stand up above the pipe to be able to turn the pipe and also blow into the pipe to expand that bubble inside of the mold. And once again, to gather this next layer of clear, we have to use this contraption that you can see up on the screen or over on the left of the hot shop. And this is just helping support a lot of the weight of that glass that we already have, as well as the pipe, as we go ahead and gather our next layer of clear. And then this is walked over to the pipe cooler, or closer to the pipe cooler. Since we are working with really large amounts of glass, that heat will start to travel back down the pipe towards the artist's hands a little bit faster. And so we set it into this trough of water to cool that pipe down quite a bit and allow us to handle the pipe closer to the glass again. And once again, if you guys haven't seen this torch yet, this runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, except this torch allows us to heat up sections of glass at a time. So in this case, it looks like we're heating up an area that's a little bit too cold, and we want an even heat across the entire bubble. And it's looking like this might be the time that we bring the bubble over and stuff it inside of the mold. Since we're heating this bubble up quite a bit, this is almost melting it. We don't want it to be completely molten, which could make the bubble out of control, but a little bit past a taffy or putty texture. And after melting this bubble a little bit, they blow the bubble out. And then immediately bring this over to our mold in the front, closing that around the bubble. And this time, unlike last time, we actually have a hose attached to the end of our pipe to blow air into the pipe for us instead of blowing it by our own mouths. And at the same time, we're pushing some air into the smoke just to kind of get that smoke away from the artist's face. And it looks like this time we were successful in blowing this bubble out evenly. We're bringing it back to the bench to cool down just a little bit and look at the shape that we have. And I heard a couple of you guys talking about the smoke, so I do want to point out that we have a fan at the top of the cone that does pull the hot air out, so that should pull most of the smoke out, as we have ventilation pushed in the bottom as well. Now, sadly, this bubble has also been set aside to the side of our hot shop where we're going to break it apart and be able to reuse that glass. It's all a little bit of trial and error. This is quite a large piece of glass, and they're trying to figure out how to blow it out evenly inside of this mold without getting any warping, without getting any thin spots in the glass. And so it's just a little bit of a process. And down in the front, we're actually drilling some holes into the side of this wooden mold. And this is just going to hopefully allow some more air to escape as we're pushing that bubble in later on. And for those who just joined in the hot shop, I want to reintroduce what we have going on. So today we do have a visiting artist, and her name is Kathrine Gray, or Kathy Gray. And she's the one in the purple shirt up in the front here. She's currently looking at this mold that we've used a couple of times now at this point, and just getting this mold ready for its next use. And we're starting a clear bubble over on that left bench. This is going to become really large and eventually stuffed inside of this mold. And once again, this is Kathrine Gray's project. This is supposed to end up as a large chandelier, and it's a commission piece. And this is going to involve, I think she said, 6 blown pieces of glass. This is the largest piece of blown glass that we're creating. We have a medium size and a smaller size than that as well. And up on the screen, we have an example of some of Kathy's artwork, or maybe the inspiration for these pieces up on the screen. Now, just a little bit more information on our visiting artist. Once again, Kathrine Gray. She is actually a professor of art at California State University. She brought a few of her students along to help her out with this project. And she's also a fellow of the American Craft Council. And she has about 30 years of glassblowing experience. And if she sounds or looks familiar, that's because she's actually been a resident evaluator on Blown Away, which is a competitive glassblowing show on Netflix. And so if you haven't seen that, you should check that out. It's a pretty cool show. And once again, we are making a large chandelier today. Multiple of these large blown pieces are going to be coming together and nested together to create these larger chandelier pieces individually. And this bubble that we have on the screen or over on the left bench, I want to specifically point out this is only clear glass. There's no color in this glass, nor will there be in the final product. Right now it's just glowing this bright orange just because of how hot it is. I like to compare it to lava in that regard. It's radiating light because it's so hot. And if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. Could be questions about the art, about the process, or even questions for our visiting artist herself. And right now we're just letting this glass rest, and this is just letting the glass cool down in order to gather our next layer of clear over top of this. As you could tell based off of the mold, this is going to be a really large piece, and to be able to blow it out that large, we need quite a large amount of glass as well to make sure we're not blowing it too thin. The very first attempt we made of this, I think they said there wasn't enough glass, and so some areas of the glass bubble did blow out a little bit thin. And after gathering a layer of clear, we'll usually go in with the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth and even this fresh clear out. This is going to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside of this glass. We already do have a bubble. And this is the pipe cooler. We have one on either side of our hot shop. But once we start working with really large amounts of glass, you'll usually see them use the pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water that we set the pipe into, and it cools it down very rapidly, allowing us to handle the handle the pipe close to the glass. And next we are going in with some folded up newspaper. That's all this pad is in Ben's hand. And this is kind of guiding which way the bubble is blowing out as somebody blows into the end of the pipe. And so this is pretty easy, and easy to miss, and it happens pretty fast when somebody blows into the end of the pipe to expand that bubble. So I just want to point out that is what's happening right now. And sometimes you'll see somebody hovering around with a wooden paddle, like right here. Kathy is holding a wooden paddle. And this is basically just shielding the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's coming off of the glass itself. And this torch is actually just the same temperature as the furnace, but it allows us to heat up one section of glass at a time instead of heating up the entire thing inside of the furnace all at once. And next we're going in and creating the jack line. So in Ben's hand, he has a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and this is going to be placed down onto the bubble kind of near the pipe. And this is where we're going to break this bubble off of the pipe later on. So once again, this is called the jack line, this divot that we're creating right now. And we still will be gathering more clear glass on top of this from here as well to continue to build up mass for the piece. And for those who just joined in, once again, I want to point out, if you haven't seen already, this is the mold that we're going to be blowing our bubble into. This is the largest mold that we're using today. And every now and then you'll see some water sprayed on the inside of the mold. This is just to make sure that the mold is staying completely saturated with water. We want to make sure when we put that bubble inside of it, it doesn't burn the wood too quickly or too much. And after blowing that bubble out and shaping it just a little bit, from here we're going to let this cool down in preparation for gathering our next layer of clear over top of this. And once again, we're getting all of our clear molten glass from the furnace closer to the left side of the hot shop. It's this large tank with a closed door to the right of our reheating furnace that you see is very obviously glowing bright. And I also want to mention that for these pieces, we are working with an unusually large amount of glass. Usually you don't see us work with this much glass all at once in the hot shop. And this is why we have a lot of people, so that we can all work on this piece at the same time. It's requiring a lot of work, honestly. And it looks like we are now gathering that next layer of clear. We've just walked that bubble over to our furnace. And you can see that we're using this really large contraption to gather our next layer of clear. And this is just because the glass that we're working with is pretty heavy, this amount of it anyways. And so this is supporting a lot of the weight as they go ahead and gather that next layer. And because this is a large amount of glass, we immediately cool this glass down using our pipe cooler. And based off of our last glass pieces we were working on, we'll come back to the bench and immediately start smoothing this glass out. So once again, after getting that fresh layer of clear, we come back and start using the block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, to smooth all of this glass out. And this is mostly just to make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. If we have uneven amounts of glass on different sides of the bubble, then this is going to blow out towards any place that's hot or any place that's thin. We want it to blow out evenly and perfectly spherical, basically. So this nozzle that we're using is actually blowing some compressed air. And this is mostly just to get the smoke away from the artist's face, but sometimes we do blow the compressed air directly onto the glass to cool it down. So we do use it in a couple of different ways. So once again, we're at the point where we'd simply start to heat this bubble up, and then eventually this will be brought over to our mold up in the front, and they will start blowing this out inside of the mold to get that exact shape that they're looking for. So right after heating that glass up, this is brought over to the mold and then locked in place. And they're starting to blow into the end of the pipe using some compressed air. This is going to inflate the bubble pretty quickly, and eventually they're going to switch to manual blowing by their own mouths into the end of the pipe. And you can see there's quite a bit of smoke coming out of this, and that is why they're using this compressed air. They're blowing the smoke away from the artist's face. Make sure they're not inhaling too much of it. And just like that, this piece is fully blown out. So they were bringing this over to the center bench. They're going to let it rest and cool down a little bit before getting ready to break it off and put it away. You guys joined in at a perfect time. This is a really large piece of blown glass, an unusually large amount of glass. You don't usually see us working with this much. And this is specifically a commission piece that our visiting artist, Kathy Gray, is working on. That's a woman in the purple shirt. And this is eventually going to become a chandelier. This is just one of many pieces that we've been working on today. And these pieces will all be assembled together to create a multi-layer chandelier. So it's a pretty complex piece. And right now, it's just important that we keep this glass warm so that it doesn't crack or break from thermal shock. So we're torching any areas that might be cold, and we're also going in and out of the furnace every now and then, keeping the glass at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I hate to break it to you guys, but I've been hearing their discussions, and it sounds like they're going to break this one off and set it aside as well. But this time we are going to get a little bit of practice in just kind of breaking it off and seeing how heavy it is for those who are carrying it over to be put away. So once again, we break that piece off. This is set aside to slowly cool down and break apart so that it doesn't explode from thermal shock. And I believe that was our last piece before lunch, so let's give them a round of applause for all of their effort today. So once again, those are the largest pieces that we're working on today. We're going to continue to blow these after lunch, starting at probably about 2:15, 2:20. We'll have the time posted on the screen for when we return, and then we'll be blowing glass until 5. So thank you for joining. If anyone has any final questions, feel free to grab my attention real quick. If not, then I'll see you later.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. Today we have Kathrine Gray working with us in the Hot Shop team. She's the lady in the navy t-shirt. Some of her students, I believe, also. I'll tell you guys more about what exactly it is they're doing in the process, but first I'll give you an overall view of, understanding of the tools and the ovens that we use during the process. So, to start, everything that we do begins in the furnace. The furnace are the large tanks here that are silver at the bottom with the doors on the front. As you can see, the furnaces are powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours, 7 days a week, and they hold about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. They rest at about 2,100 degrees, and so they're super duper hot, almost about the same temperature as lava. And then from there, what we'll do is we'll work in and out of the reheating chamber, which is right here, also known as the glory hole. The glory hole, it also rests at about 2,300 degrees. It is also powered by natural gas and forced air. It's only used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. So there's no glass inside of this oven, only thermal energy. There's only heat. So specifically what's happening in the process is that as we dip into the furnace and that rod starts to accumulate heat over time, we'll go over to the pipe cooler to cool it off. All of the pipes are stainless steel, and stainless steel is not the best conductor of heat. And so it doesn't exactly move towards their hands. It just will start to get warm as we continue to dip into the furnace. My name is Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to holler my name, and I'll be happy to answer any of your questions, and we'll watch the process unfold together. So as we've gathered, you can see that bubble has been blown out, and you can see a better image on the big screen there. The halo around that bubble is solid clear glass. All of the glass that we gather from the furnace is clear. This is just what thermal energy looks like at 2,100 degrees. As it cools, you'll be able to kind of see the clear. We're going in with a hollowed out piece of cherry wood, which is a block. We call this tool a block. It's been soaked in water, which will help minimize any of the debris that can potentially stick to the glass, but usually it just burns off. And then we'll go in with our papers, which is folded up newspaper that has been soaked in water. And the newspapers provide for a very intimate tool for shaping. It's almost like using your bare hand. We're going to build this gather up to a pretty big amount, and then we're going to blow it and stuff it in a mold. We're making parts for a larger installation. I believe it's a chandelier. The final piece will be a chandelier, but it's going to be huge because each part is pretty big. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Netflix Blown Away series. Kathrine Gray is actually the resident evaluator on the show. It's a glass blowing show on Netflix. She's also a professor at the California State University. and she's a fellow of the American Craft Council. That's a pipe cooler in the corner. So as we continue to put that pipe into the ovens, we have to cool it back down. It starts to accumulate heat in a specific area. And so it's just cooling the pipe down. We'll go back in for some more well-rounded shaping into the block there. The block has been soaking in water so then that way it acts as a lubricant. When we put the hot glass into the block, we'll close it and rotate the glass, and it'll take on whatever the mold is, which you'll be able to see when we remove ourselves from the mold. Moving around with this molten glass is hard because it's constantly wanting to do the opposite of whatever you're doing. You have to keep the pipe rotating. It's almost like trying to balance a bowling ball at the end of a broomstick. It's very awkward, very hot, very heavy. So we'll go in with these jacks and we'll carve in a line of tension. This line will indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. It's really important to carve in a line of tension as it creates a weak point for us to be able to remove ourselves from this pipe at the end, which is a very important step in the process. Those jacks are just like two big kitchen knives that are inverted blades, which allow us to carve into the hot glass. We're just going to use the air gun to cool it down a bit there. So that's what they're doing. It's just pressurized air coming out of that gun there. And then back into the reheating chamber. The reheating chamber is about 2,300 degrees. And we have to be sure to reheat the glass to keep it all evenly heated. We want all of the heat to be evenly distributed throughout the piece. And so we have to go in for a flash. There's no glass. There's no molten glass inside of the reheating chamber. There's only heat. So as we gone into shape with the different tools, Sarah has been blowing into the end of that pipe, which has enlarged the bubble. As you can see, it's kind of hard to tell as they're rotating back and forth and she's blowing at the same time. It kind of just appears to somehow gotten bigger, but she's blowing into the end of the pipe. We've blown out that entire halo that was once around the small bubble. So as we continue to take clear glass from the furnace, we have to refill the furnace here at the Museum of Glass. And so our hot shop tech will refill the furnace, as it's known as charging the furnace. Can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2,300 degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So we have to allow for the glass to chill a bit. As you can see, it still kind of looks a little goldish orange, and so we're gonna let it chill just a little bit more, and then we're going to gather up to that jack line that we put in. It's a post gather, so up to the post, just enough. We have to have enough glass around this initial gather to be able to blow it into this mold. This will be one of the larger pieces of the chandelier. Can we please see some of the images that Kathrine shared in reference to the work that we're making today? The final installation image that you'll see there will go into a new building at Cal State University. Thank you. It'll be going into a new building at Cal State University, a performing arts center, I believe. And so it's a beautiful illustration of the final design. Some will have color. This larger one will only be clear. if any of you are locals and you're interested in participating in a hot shop experience, you can go online and learn more about our By the Furnace hot shop experiences. That'll be this weekend. So you'll be able to come and create something here with a Hilltop Artist instructor. So that's a local youth program. If there's any more room to sign up, you're welcome to sign up and then come on the hot shop floor and create with the local youth artist. If you don't want to do anything in the hot shop, maybe it's still a little too warm in here, you can also look for our fusing experiences, which is creating glass tiles, and it's placing glass onto glass, and then it's a cold process, and then it'll be baked later. Also, if you are the youth below the age of 12, you should totally submit an illustration to our Kids Design Glass program, which is always ongoing. If your piece is selected, the hot shop will make one of your pieces for our collection, and then the other piece will go home with you and your family for you all to enjoy. So those are just a couple experiences that you are able to participate in here at the museum. For those of you who are just joining us, we have Kathrine Gray in the hot shop with a few of her students from California State University, the San Bernardino, the SoCal campus, and they are assisting the hot shop team here with making these really large chandelier pieces. And so this will be the largest of the group of pieces. If you're familiar, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Miss Kathrine, but she is also the resident evaluator on the Netflix series Blown Away, which is a really interesting show all about glass blowing. It's a competition with many different glass artists from around the world who compete. And so be sure to tune in. It's a really fun show to watch. She's been in glass for about 30 years now. Glass pieces over the span of her career. Can we please see the illustration of the final installation? So if you look up there, this is a new performing arts center that is going to be on the campus. That's Cal State University. Thank you. All right, so now that this glass has been gathered enough, we're going to come over to the mold that has been soaked in water. We have to constantly rotate the glass while it's inside of this mold. We also have to blow to expand the glass. We have to rotate to prevent it from getting stuck to the wood. They told her to stop blowing. We'll blow a little bit more. Or keep rotating. So we'll open up the mold and you'll be able to see the final form. We'll give him a hand to get off. The best way to get a final product is to attempt to create it a few times, and I believe this is about the fourth attempt, and even then, you don't know exactly what's going to happen, and that's the nature of the beast when you're working with glass, is that you have to try and try and try until you find success. And so, while they're evaluating what exactly they've done and what maybe has caused the creases at the bottom, they'll figure it out and do it all again. Let's give them a hand for all their hard work. We're not, I don't, We're going to let it rest there and then do it all over again in just a moment. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us here at the Museum of Glass. We're going to take just a second and then we'll restart the process. You're welcome to stay and hang out with us. We're going to do it again. Yeah, so we laid it over there. We're crack it. Well, but what we can do when the glass is clear, not this piece, but we are sometimes able to recycle clear glass. This one we laid on the floor. It's a little bit big to put into the. Yeah, we're gonna do it all again in just a moment. So you guys are welcome to hang out with us. So I'll give you a little bit of understanding of the equipment here in the hot shop. Everything that we do starts in the furnace. The furnace is this large ceramic tank here, and that's where Courtney has gathered from. All of the glass in the furnace is clear. It just looks hot because it's radiating thermal energy. It's about 2,100 degrees inside of that furnace. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, and it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And it holds about 1,000 pounds of molten glass. So dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As we rotate that pipe, we'll gather the glass and then blow into the pipe, which will create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. Watching this large bubble be created today is a great example of clear glass and expanding the glass with air. How many people, say it again? Pieces? Oh, okay. So could we please see the six pieces? Can we please see the illustration also, just to have an understanding of what pieces have been completed? We've made some with the color, and they're attempting to make a clear one here, which is a larger one. There are 6 total pieces, I believe, for the installation. I don't know how many we've made today. How many have we made today? Do you know? We don't know. Maybe 5, which were not at this scale. So they were a little bit smaller. Thank you. So on the far left bench here, we're getting those first gathers created. When there are bubbles in the glass, we try our best to remove them. We don't really care for bubbles in the clear glass, and so he'll go in and tweeze and then cut off the bubbles. And that's what he's doing currently to trim up the glass to reduce the bubbles.